Evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on June 18th, 2026 at 5 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda? And I will note that item 8.14 has been removed from the agenda. All in favor?
I motion to approve the amended agenda as presented.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
8.14. It's the reinstatement of the TOSA. Any opposed? Nope. Motion carries. The amended agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to a closed session to discuss 2.1, public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent, 2.2, confer with labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, 2.3, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.95. Individuals wishing to address the board regarding a closed session item are asked to reference a specific agenda item and their public comment. Are there any cards to speak?
President Neighbor, no cards.
Seeing no cards, we will now recess to closed session and will return at approximately 6:30 p.m. Meeting of June 18th, 2026. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete a request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. 3.2, land acknowledgement. Trustee Martinez, can you please read the land acknowledgement?
We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Mdewakanton Ohlone Nation, the Sovereign Nation, and original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn. The Mdewakanton Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Mdewakanton Ohlone for the community and these lands.
Thank you. We will now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to now invite our student leader, a former 6th grader from Sakamoto Elementary School in 2526, and an incoming 7th grader for Herman Intermediate to the front of the dais to introduce herself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sahaj Mangit, and I've recently graduated from Sakamoto Elementary and am an incoming 7th grader at Herman Intermediate this coming fall. It's an honor to be here today to lead you all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisibility, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
All right, very
Thank you.
nice. Board, please join me to take a picture. Okay. On behalf of the board, we want to thank you so much. You're an awesome leader this year representing Sakamoto. Thank you for all your input and ideas. And we're going to take a picture here. Thank you, and we'll see you August 13th at Herman. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, brother.
We'll now move to item 3.4. Superintendent Chides, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Aber. All right, well, good evening, everyone. This year, very proud of our district, very proud of in the direction that we're moving forward. We're advancing. We had a very successful year academically, with our employees, with our bargaining associations, just a lot to celebrate. And congratulations to the class of 2026. They actually will be the class of 2030 when they graduate from high school, class of 2030. On their promotion, thank you to the parents, teachers, staff, administrators, board of trustees, executive team, our educational services leaders who supported and attended the many promotions we had, the different ceremonies throughout the district. The celebrations were wonderful, recognition of our students and their achievements, and we wish them continued success at the next chapter in their educational journey. And students, your Oak Grove will always be your home, so come on back. Many of your teachers came to school here. Many of your principals came to school here in Oak Grove, and So you're always welcome back. I also would like to thank the 20 student leaders that I meet with monthly. Sehaj is one of them, representing Sakamoto. There's 20 students, and they give me a bunch of great ideas, part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. I'm excited for the new group coming in and see what new ideas they have, innovative ideas for to continue to make our district shine and grow and be better. Thank you as well to all of our parent groups. It's very unique in Oak Grove. We have many different parent groups from the District Advisory Committee, the Home to School Club presidents, ABLA, the Village, DLAC, and they meet with the executive team here in this room or sometimes virtually, and they also give us feedback. So the community engagement is really high in our district. I'm proud of that, and we're going to continue doing that. Finally, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of our classified staff, all of our teachers, our certificated staff, principals, and all of our administrators for their unwavering dedication to serving our students and families. Your hard work, or as I say, your heart work, passion and commitment make a difference every day. So I wish you all a well-deserved, restful and enjoyable summer break, and we will see you all for the first day of school on Thursday, August 13th. President Aber, this concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. We'll now move to the 3.5 closed session report. The board met in closed session to discuss 2.1, public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent. No public action was taken. 2.2, confer with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. No action was taken. 2.3, liability claims, Government Code 54956.95. Action was taken. The board voted unanimously to reject ASKIP claims 2514. 576, 2514, 577, 251, 4397, 251, 4202. We will now move to 4.4, public hearing. Under 4.1, I will now open the public hearing on adoption of resolution 1553-06/26 to increase developer fees, school facility fees. Have we had any public comments that have been submitted?
President Aber, no cards have been submitted.
Okay, since we have no cards, I will now close the, do we have any comments? Okay, since we have no comments, I'll close that public hearing. Now to 4.2, I will now open the public hearing for the proposed adoption of the Oak Grove School District Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, for fiscal year 26-27. Do we have any public cards on this item?
President Aber, no cards.
Do we have any comments from our team? Okay. Seeing that, I will close the public hearing. 4.3, I will now open the public hearing on the adoption of the Oak Grove School District budget for fiscal year 26-27 and projected funding ending balances identified in the budget. Do we have any public cards on this item?
No cards, President Aber.
Do we have any comments from the board? Okay, seeing no comments, I will now close that public hearing. Now we will move to 5.1, public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue which is not part of tonight's evening's agenda. Pursuant to board law, bylaw 9323, members of the public shall not approach the dais at any time during the board meeting unless invited to do so by board or district staff. If a member of the public wishes to provide written or visual information to the public during the meeting, they shall provide that information to executive team member who will distribute the information to the board if appropriate. Have we any public cards that have been submitted?
President Aber, no cards have been submitted.
Okay, we have no public comment today. 5.2, employee bargaining unit comments. Do we have any reports from our bargaining units? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board. Good evening, executive team, superintendent. It's an honor to be here today. I got two things to report about. On May 20th, the Rep Council voted for a motion to execute a survey for our administrators at each site and also for administrators that are in charge or group, for example, Ed Tech, or for example, some SPED teachers that are supervised, but by people who don't have a site. Um, about 245 members filled in this survey. That's about 60%, which makes it a really good result turnaround of the survey because we have about 420 members. So we're very happy with these results. I have the results here. I have copy for each one of you as well as the executive team. May I approach the dice? Thank you for passing that out. Um, the main purpose of the survey was to highlight what are the areas that our administrators are thriving and also what areas they need to grow with. About more than half of the sites have more than 50% of staff filling the survey. There were others, about 5 sites that didn't reach more than 5 members filling in the survey. There are 4 district-wide trends. I'm sorry I didn't add page numbers. I apologize for that. Trend number 1 has to do with the consistency in student discipline. A lot of the comments mentioned that while we are having restorative practices, these methods are not really accountable. And then particularly for repeat offenders. So there's not a lot of consistency when we're following restorative practices and we don't use more accountability with students. Number 2, the operational efficiency and communication. In many survey responders reported that there are frequent last-minute planning changes, and that creates chaos on campus and for staff. There were also comments about the responsiveness in emails and sometimes a failure to meet deadlines. In some cases, there is a lack of alignment in middle school, especially between principal and assistant principal. There were reports of administrators at sites with large populations, especially those with special day classes that are reportedly spreading thin. This is given to the high amounts of IEPs combined with the administrative tasks and are creating a burnout of administrators. And number 4, there is a direct correlation between physical presence, which means administrators that are more visible in lunch line, the beginning of the school day, during recess, receive more positive feedback. There is an area where you could see all the key strengths and all the areas for growth for each administrator. I'll leave you that for your time. The core strengths of our administrators based on this survey are number 1, there is a significant number of administrators that are highly regarded as being supportive, approachable, and personally caring. And many staff members felt that principals truly have their back, particularly during difficult parent meetings or when dealing with extreme student behaviors. The second core strength is about cultural sensitivity and inclusivity. Most administrators receive high marks for showing sensitivity for racial and ethnic differences and their commitment to anti-bias, anti-racist work in celebrating diversity within their school communities. The third core strength is about campus visibility. So staff frequently notes that when administrators are visible on campus, at the lunch line, recess time, in classrooms, it significantly improves student rapport and makes the administrators feel more accessible to the teachers. The report also has site-specific administrative performance. So you could see each administrator, each site, with their strengths, with some growth opportunities. And there's also a section that I particularly like. It's called staff sentiment. And this is about how members feel, towards their leaders. There is a combination of comments, positive comments, with areas of improvement. And in the last section, oh, wait, there is also a section that has quotes that are also related to staff sentiments for each side. Many of the comments give high praise for supportive environments, for urgent requests, for improved discipline. And there are some direct quotes that reflect little frustration about things that are happening at the site. Those are also by site and by administrator. And in the last section, there is a direct needs assessment about each of the trends. For example, discipline. So there is a correlation that there are some administrators that got really good feedback, but they are burning out because of all the behavior problems happening at the site, giving us an indication that they need more support at the site because behavior in some sites is just out of control. Also, administrators that have programs, special day classes, the amount of IEPs is a workload multiplier, which means that they are elite members. They are elite administrators, but they're just spreading thin because of all the amount of IEPs that they have at the site. There's also an example about visibility. So for example, some administrators are not being too much visible because they are busy with these IEP meetings during lunchtime, before school, and after school during recess, and they cannot be visible in those areas where many administrators got really good feedback. And on another note, just want to express that it's really unfortunate that we didn't move forward with rescinding the positions from our ELTPs and our TOSAs. It's sad. Their work isn't going away. This just means that our students are going to wait more time to get the services that they need. Our teachers are going to wait more for the coaching. The ed tech equity gap is going to be bigger because now we're going to have to rely on Bruce and Steve for having the coaching and having the tech education in our classrooms. So who pays the price? Our students, because services are just going to take more time, and our teachers are not going to get the coaching that they need to succeed as fast. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now I will move to our consent agenda. Superintendent Chavez, can you please present the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you, President Neighbor. At this time, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as presented.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
Do we have any public comments?
There are none, President Neighbor.
Any board discussion? Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolaka, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Hebert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And we'll now move to 7.1, parcel tax polling presentation. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Thank you, President Hebert. I wanted to introduce our polling consultant, Fran Guzman. Based on direction from the Board of Trustees back in January, the district staff investigated community interest in a potential parcel tax to support district programs. Initially, we had a town hall meeting and we followed up with the district survey sent out to Oak Grove families. After reviewing that data and presenting it to the Board of Trustees, direction was given to look at a more formal poll that would survey interest in the larger community, and including registered voters, not just our immediate Oak Grove family. EMC was determined to be the best fit on format, cost, and meeting our timelines. Tonight, Mr. Guzman will share the research that EMC did and go over the data they collected in their survey. So.
Hi, how's it going? Good evening. As Mark said, Fran Guzman from EMC Research, and I will be walking y'all through our revenue measure feasibility survey. We can go on to the next slide. So our methodology was a survey of likely November 26 voters in the school district itself. We conducted a mixed mode telephone and web methodology. In terms of dates, we did this June 4th through June 11th. We conducted the survey in English and Vietnamese, given the community composition, and we ended up doing 400 interviews with an overall margin of error of plus or minus 4.9 percentage points. So, next slide. Our key findings when we dive into the poll that we conducted. Voters rate Oak Grove School District very positively, and the great majority recognize that the district does have additional need for funding. Support for the potential parcel measure is below the 2/3 passage threshold at this time. We see that tax sensitivity among nearly half of likely voters who agree that they generally oppose tax measures regardless of what it's used for, right? So a sentiment of the times. Voters find information about the potential measure to be convincing, but while support for the measure increases after having this information, it still does not actually reach that threshold passage for us. So support for the measure is susceptible to that opposition messaging.
Fran, I was going to ask you if you can scoot up to the microphone
Sure.
so everyone on YouTube at home can
Got it.
listen. Thank you, Fran.
No problem. So driving into the next slide, which would be the issues environment. We started by looking at the direction of the community, and we saw that over half of voters feel that things are actually generally going in the right direction. We see that 56% claim right direction for the community. Next slide. We also see that there 3/4 say that the district does have either a great or some need for money. And we see that over a quarter, 27% do say a great need, right, which has been identified, which is positive for the measure. When we jump into the job ratings, which would be the next slide, we see that a majority of voters rate the district positively among all of them, except for financial management, right? So we see that it's excellent and good in terms of the overall job, the quality of teachers and staff, the quality of the education. And then we do see, right, a disconnect there with the district financial management. What we do say on that, usually from an EMC perspective, right, is that we see voters evaluate that not specifically to what the district is doing, but more at a broader evaluation of the district, right? We actually have on the next slide, looking at the tax sensitivity of things, we see that over 2/3 agree that maintaining quality schools is a priority, even if it means raising taxes, but still nearly half agree that generally oppose tax measures, regardless of what they're used for. So again, it's that tax sensitivity that is the biggest component. And then we'll go to the next slide. So looking at the revenue feasibility measure, we looked at the initial vote. You have the text that we tested there, and you see that nearly 3 in 5 voters express initial support for the measure. However, that is below that 2/3 passage threshold that we know we need. Next. When we break it up by some subgroups of interest, we see that it is women, younger voters, and non-homeowners who support the measure at higher rates than other demographic groups support. And then when we looked at the potential projects that would be included here, over 3/4 of voters rate all projects as important, right? And then the projects focused on supporting those core academic programs around reading, writing, science, and math made that top of the list. If you actually look at the slide here and you notice that the items that are in bold are actually what was also included in the ballot text language, right, which were the top performers across the board. Next slide. When we shared information with voters, we saw that for over 7 in 10 voters, these were the messages that were convincing. And then the messages focused on maintaining that academic excellence is seen as the most convincing, but the local control, avoiding layoffs, and the oversight and accountability also resonate across the board. Next slide. We looked at additional information that landed, right, not as high, but we see that nearly 2/3 find the remaining messages to actually be convincing in terms of early intervention, protecting vulnerable programs, and then also our property values messaging across the board. And when we look at the final vote progression, support increases after that information is shared about the potential ballot measure, but it does remain under that passage threshold. We see it goes from 59 at the initial vote, 64 after that information is shared, and then we see that after opposition is shared, it goes down to 56%. When voters' attention is brought to the current state of the economy, the lack of sunset clause, and the recently passed bond and parcel taxes for school areas seem to be the biggest vulnerabilities. So to that end, our conclusion is, given the current environment, a parcel tax revenue for November 26th does not appear feasible. Voters definitely acknowledge the need for funding for the school, and a majority have a positive impression of the school. Many are just wary of taxes at the time. And I believe that next one is contact information. Any questions?
Is it possible for us to get the underlying data to review?
Yeah, I can work with the team and share kind of the information that we have. Sure.
We have questions?
I just wanted to know, so you said you did the polling in English and in Vietnamese. Why not in Spanish?
It was more of a sample definition decision when the poll was composed. We looked at sample count, right? And that's how that was composed in general.
And then can you tell us a little bit more about like opposition messaging? What exactly was
I
said?
don't necessarily have those in front of me. We could look through the survey, but what the big ones that we caught were the current state of the economy, right? When people positioned it as the affordability argument, the lack of the sunset clause, there's no end in sight. That might be the reason why people are voting against it, but when they get called attention to the fact that there's no sunset clause, it seems to work as a vulnerability. So it's not the reason why people are not likely voting for it. It's more about the vulnerability that's being exposed. And then again, the recent passage of other taxes.
And if I remember correct, it wasn't just our bond, but other community college and other
Exactly.
parcel taxes or bonds in districts around us, and not even school districts. It could be water districts and things like that.
I don't have questions. I actually have comments about the results. Thank you very much for your presentation, and to our staff and to the members of our community who've gone through us in this journey, that have participated in this process and provided valuable feedback to us. I want to begin by acknowledging something really important. Is the survey shows that our community really values public education and that they support Oak Grove schools. Nearly 3/4 of our voters believe that the district has a need for additional funding. And the district continues to receive positive ratings for the quality of our teachers, staff, and educational programs. And that's a testament to the hard work of our employees, our students, our families, and our administrators. At the same time, I believe this survey provides us a real clear answer regarding the parcel tax measure for November. The fundamental question before us is not whether the district needs additional revenue. We know we do. The survey demonstrates that voters understand that reality. The question is whether a parcel tax has a realistic path of achieving a 2/3 voter approval required under California law. Based on that data presented tonight, I do not believe it does. The measure begins at 59% and increases to 64% after voters hear supporting information, but it falls to 56% when they hear opposing arguments. At no point does the measure ever reach the required 2/3 threshold. The consultant's conclusion is pretty straightforward. In this current environment, a parcel tax measure in November 2026 is not feasible. As elected officials, we have the responsibility to listen to the community and make decisions based on evidence. I do not believe it is responsible to place this measure on the ballot when our own research indicates it's unlikely to succeed. Doing so would require significant district resources, community effort, and campaign expenditures with no path to success. And as a campaign consultant, I would tell if this was a person that they shouldn't run. I'm also concerned about the survey's findings about tax sensitivity. Nearly half of the voters indicated that generally oppose tax measures regardless of what they are used for. Additionally, support declines when voters are reminded about our current economic climate. To me, that suggests that voters are telling us that they support our schools, but they are not supportive of an additional parcel tax measure at this time. That doesn't mean that we stop working on this, though. In fact, I think the survey provides a valuable roadmap for our future conversations. The data tells us that voters can deeply care about academic excellence, teacher retention, local control, accountability, and protecting student programs. But these priorities should continue to guide our budget discussions and our strategic planning. It also tells us that we need to continue to build community trust around fiscal management and our finances. Communicating clearly what our fiscal challenges are, exploring other strategies to address our long-term structural deficit. For these reasons, I will not be supporting moving forward with this parcel tax measure. I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I hope that the information we gathered can strengthen our financial planning and a possibility of a future parcel tax in the 2028, and we can build towards that, building up that reputation and the communication with our community so they trust us to support an additional parcel tax. Any other comments?
I'm also disappointed by the lack of community support seen in the polling data. I think we were hopeful that, the parcel tax could help, ease some of our financial strain that we're experiencing right now. So I also wouldn't feel comfortable putting a parcel tax measure on the November ballot. I also think that there's some work that our district has to do in terms of building trust, right? And with our fiscal management. So those are my comments.
Sure. The same thing. I agree that at this time, and I believe that I was pretty open in regards to the community of within the ones that I live in my area, that they were not open to having this at this time because, again, what's coming up in the November ballot, plus also just in what they've heard. And so I agree with not having us move forward with this.
Here's a question. From the start of the survey to the end of the survey, how long was the duration?
I believe this was a 15-minute survey. I would need to confirm that, though.
If when it launched and when it ended?
Correct, it's about 50. Oh, it's from June 4th to June 11th. Like the dates that it launched, yes.
Oh, June 4th to June 11th?
June 4th to 11th.
Is 400 interviews a good enough number to determine this outcome?
It's a representative sample, right, in general of the population. And then when we look at it, it's the plus or minus 5%, right? So yes, more is always good, but what you're getting is a lower margin of error. You're still getting representation in general, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Just a couple quick questions. One, would you recommend doing an additional survey based and identifying if a 10-year run where it would stand, or based on the information that you provided, based on your understanding of the results, would you say that would be kind of a fruitless mechanism?
I mean, based on the results, right, I think it's the tax sensitivity takeaway, right, across the board in general. So I think that's where the recommendation is stemming from, where because people do believe that the money is needed, right? There's some cases where that's not the case. In general, like that doesn't need more money. So that is the situation here. So I think it's more about that kind of takeaway where that would be where the recommendation lies.
We had no other public comments, so thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No public comments. Thank you.
We'll now move to 7.2, Oak Grove School District's Local Control Accountability Plan for fiscal year 26-27. Assistant Superintendent Enna.
Okay. Thank you, President Hebert. Tonight, along with public hearing, we're presenting to the board our 26-27 proposed local accountability plan. This will be the third year of a 3-year plan, which means that the broader goals and actions will remain stable, but with input from our community partners and analysis of the implementation of the 25-26 LCAP. And our outcome data points, there will be some differences that we'll point out to you. Tonight, the educational services administrators are here to share some of the data for each goal that's not already been presented and to highlight our actions for each goal. Next slide. The LCAP is a cyclical process that consists of planning, implementing, evaluating, and reporting. And so here we are. To start us off, I welcome to the podium Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Dr. Patricia Mondragon Doty, to report out on Goal 1.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Enna. Good evening, Board of Trustees, executive team. Thank you so much for this time. Our first goal focuses on academic proficiency in meeting and/or exceeding all Common Core standards and 21st century skills. Next slide. And to support our goal of academic proficiency, we are proud to maintain 100% student access to instructional materials and have achieved full implementation of academic content standards across the district. This commitment extends to a well-rounded education as we ensure 100% access to visual and performing arts, VAPA, for all our students. Regarding our educators, 88.1% of our teachers held clear credentials as of the 23-24 school year. We also want to provide context for our 81% induction program completion rate. This figure reflects the 19% of participating teachers who left the district during the program's 2-year cycle. However, it is important to highlight that 100% of the teachers who remained employed in Oak Grove School District for the full duration successfully completed their induction. Finally, because digital literacy is a cornerstone of the 21st century skills, our latest survey confirms that 97% of our students utilize technology weekly to support and enhance their learning. Next slide, please. To drive the success of Goal 1, we are making strategic investments in both our people and our programs. This includes prioritizing teacher salaries, so thank you. Thank you for your support with that, and professional development to ensure high quality instruction. A major milestone for this coming year is the rollout of our new language arts curriculum, which is the centerpiece of our academic strategy. We also continue to sustain our 21st century learning environment through continued investment in Chromebooks, essential software licenses, and the IT staff who provide critical support for our digital infrastructure. And now, let me invite our CIA coordinator, Eva Marcoida, to speak on Goal 2.
Thank you, Dr. Patricia Mondragon Doty. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Building upon the foundational academic supports and curriculum investments that were discussed in Goal 1, We now transition to Goal 2, which focuses on equitable practices. Our objective with this goal is to intentionally accelerate the academic language achievement of our traditionally underserved student groups. This specifically includes our English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, homeless youth, and students of color, ensuring that every student in Oak Grove has the targeted support they need to thrive. Next slide, please. In tracking Goal 2, we have maintained full implementation of California state standards and English language development standards, ELD standards, ensuring our multilingual learners have equitable access to rigorous academic content. As we continually monitor our progress, we see strong indicators of growth. As we had previously reported, our reclassification rate at 13%, but now it is at 17%. I say that with pride. And a 15% long-term English learner rate, LTAL rate. Notably, our English Learner Progress Indicator, the LP, has moved from orange to green on the California State Dashboard. But I want to emphasize that because the LP is lagging data from the prior school year, this green status serves as a powerful confirmation that the foundational supports we have put in place are successfully accelerating language achievement for our English learners. Next slide, please. To drive growth for our multilingual learners and traditionally underserved students, our primary strategy is the use of the Sobrato Early Academic Language Model, SEAL. This foundational work is supported by the English learner teacher partners, who are specifically trained alongside their teachers to meet the academic and linguistic needs of our students. We are also deepening student engagement through culturally relevant and responsive practices, which includes ethnic studies training and the expansion of our culturally relevant book collections and programs. For our older students, we continue to provide the AVID elective at our intermediate schools to build college and career readiness. Finally, we ensure equitable access to all these supports through extended learning opportunities, including summer programs and before and after school sessions. At this moment, I'm going to pass it to Special Education Coordinator, Megan Duffy.
So as we reviewed goals 1 and 2, they focus on ensuring all students have access to high quality instruction and targeted supports that accelerate academic achievement, particularly for our traditionally underserved student groups. An essential part of that work is ensuring that our students with disabilities have meaningful access to rigorous instruction, inclusive learning opportunities, and the specialized supports they need to thrive. With that, I'd like to transition to Goal 3, which reflects Oak Grove's commitment to providing an inclusive learning environment for all students with disabilities. Our focus is on ensuring that students receive the individualized supports they need while also having opportunities to participate alongside their peers in the least restrictive environment. Through this goal, we continue to strengthen academic outcomes, social emotional development, and access to inclusive educational experiences. This work aligns closely with our priorities for the 26-27 school year that prepares students for success both in and beyond the classroom. Next slide, please. To measure our progress, we monitor several key factors related to student achievement and inclusion. These include California dashboard indicators for English language arts and mathematics for students with disabilities, as well as the local benchmark assessment data that helps us track academic growth throughout the school year. As we monitor inclusion metrics across the district, this year, 4 out of 10 schools with special day classes met their inclusion targets, and 11 out of 18 schools met their broader inclusion goals. While we are encouraged by the progress being made, this data also highlights opportunities for continued growth as we work to expand meaningful inclusion experiences with students with disabilities across all school sites in the least restrictive environment. Next slide, please. As part of our LCAP action and services, we continue to invest in programs, staff, and training that strengthen support for students receiving special education services. Next year's special education's vision is centered around literacy, student behavior, and IEP compliance to ensure high-quality services across programs. This year, we've implemented STAR Autism, a curriculum providing a structured and evidence-based instruction for students with autism. Due to the number of licenses, STAR Autism provided a district license that will provide all staff with access to instructional lessons, visual supports, visual schedule supports, and access to high-quality resources across the schools. In addition, we continue to fund special education support staff and instructional assistants, including bilingual support providers to better meet the diverse needs of our students. We are also expanding our tiered behavioral support system to provide more proactive and targeted interventions. As part of this effort, all special education teachers, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, adaptive physical education teachers, occupational therapists, and principals will receive safety care training this year, along with a few general education staff. A new action this year is hiring an internal board-certified behavioral analyst, BCBA for short. This position will increase our capacity to support students and staff, improve the consistency and quality of behavioral services, and reduce our reliance on contracted providers. The BCBA will oversee intensive behavioral specialists, IBSs or RBTs, their supervision hours, and provide support for the development and implementation of functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans. So FBAs and BIPs, as you may have heard. Together, these actions reflect our commitment to improving student outcomes, strengthening our staff capacity, ensuring students with disabilities receive the supports they need to be successful. At this time, I'd like to invite Coordinator Bowie to discuss Goal 4.
Thank you, Coordinator Duffy. While Goal 3 focuses on the supports and services that we provide directly to our students with disabilities, we know that student success is strengthened when schools and families work together. Goal 4 highlights how we engage families and community members as partners in supporting student achievement and informing district decisions. Next slide, please. The metrics you see here highlighted in green were actually collected mid-year. So these are all new metrics to us for you all this year. As you can see, 60% of our parents who responded to our LCAP survey feel that they have input in decision-making at the site or district level. We're also very proud of our ability to provide access to interpretation and translation services for our families at all of our IEPs, 504s, and any other parent meetings. This year, we have supported families in 14 requested languages, including ASL. Almost 80% of our families report that we have welcoming school environments. We've worked hard to offer a variety of parent and family events, such as the digital safety and cyberbullying parent nights, the back to school resource fair, opioid awareness, know your rights presentations, and most recently, timely updates to Medi-Cal, just to name a few of them. Next slide, please. For next school year, our district licensed clinical social worker will be able to continue to support social work interns so that each school will have additional mental health support. It's a priority that we continue to reach out to our families in all available languages and continue to provide interpretation and translation services through our partners such as Communicade, Syntex, and Partners for ASL interpretation. And through our partnership with our community liaisons, we'll continue to provide district events such as our resource fairs, Cinco de Mayo, and a bunch of other parent information nights that we continue to provide, including our well-attended adult ESL classes that we will continue for next year. I'd like to invite Dr. Dorsey to present Goal 5.
Good evening. So Goal 5 is about creating safe, engaging learning environments that support well-being. This goal encompasses actions and activities related to physical health, mental health, social emotional health, including the physical spaces of our school, and of course, school climate and school culture. Next slide, please. So in addition to the dashboard data, which you've seen this year, we monitor Goal 5 using several other metrics, like a monthly review of the attendance factor report, which held steady this year at about 93.8%. 7%. We measure expulsion rate and, of course, our SCB survey. This year, 91% of our students reported feeling safe all or most of the time, which was a 1% increase from last year. And 79% of students reported feeling connected all or most of the time, which was a 3% increase from last year. The FIT, or Facilities Inspection Test, or he can correct me, facilities inspection tests indicated that 100% of our facilities were in good repair. Details of those inspections are also found, you might recall, in our Safe School plans. Next slide, please. So we're continuing all of our actions, but some of the changes that we're going to see is continued implementation in PBIS, positive behavior interventions supports, restorative practices, and mental health and counseling services. We are happy to share that we have finished year 3 of restorative practices implementation, reaching 15 cohorts of teachers, in addition to training administrators, after-school programs, and even yard duty. We have also just received a grant to support the integration of PBIS, SEL, and trauma-informed practices, as outlined in the California Integrated Service Project. This will help us with continued implementation of the behavior matrix to address some of the challenges that President Luis Velasquez, thank you, mentioned in his principal report. We're pleased to also report that we've accessed the CYBHI SIBE fee schedule, which we anticipate will financially support ongoing work in behavioral and mental health services at school. Also contributing to safety and well-being is our health team, comprised of our district nurses and health clerk support. We have some additional hours in the contract for that. Academic counselors at intermediate schools provide a vital role in providing and supporting academic and social emotional development of our students, particularly students in our historically underserved communities, such as our English learners, foster youth, and housing insecure youth. And one thing I'd like to note is that 3 of our counselors are participating in a counselor residency program next year, so we will have 3 additional counseling residents at our school sites. In the central office, we also support families from those historically underserved communities by providing support directly to families and to schools, monitoring and disseminating metrics, and adjusting services based on the needs of the community. And so back to Assistant Superintendent Anna to break down the expenditure totals, which make this work happen.
Where to go? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dorsey, and thank you to the entire Ed Services management team. It really does take teamwork to put this all together in our LCAP document. So the Educational Services Division works very closely with the business department to align our resources and our goals and actions. So our LCAP resources are broken down by LCFF funds, other state funds, local funds, and federal funds. So you can see here that the total is nearly $133 million outlined in our LCAP. And of that, about $123 million is devoted to personnel, and roughly $9 million is dedicated to programs and services. Next slide. So after tonight's discussion, our team will prepare the final LCAP for adoption at next week's board meeting. Once it is approved by this board, then our LCAP will go to the county office for approval by the county office superintendent, and it will be shared with our community on our website once that approval has happened. Before we go to questions, I just want to make one correction that our attendance rate that was reported is actually corrected 94.7%. Next slide. Okay. And that concludes our presentation. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time. I want to thank you so much for the time.
Do we have any public comment?
President Aber, there's no comment cards.
Okay. Any board discussion?
I just had, oh, thank you everyone for your reports, your presentations. Can somebody, I guess maybe Genevieve, can you tell us more about the CYBHI? I don't quite remember what that was.
So CYBHI is Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. And it's a state program that allows school districts to bill medical insurance to be able to, for the mental health services, mental and behavioral health services we provide in schools. It's particularly for students who are in the general education program.
Great. I do remember that now. Yes, thank you so much. And then my only other comment was like, yay for hiring a BCBA. I think that's super needed. I'm glad to see that we'll have, that position hopefully filled soon.
Other board comments? No? Since we have been identified for differentiated assistance for the children who are in foster care, what kind of assistance are those to help in measurable improvements for next year?
Yeah, so we have a team that convenes monthly starting in January, and the assistance comes from the County Office of Education. So they facilitate the implementation of improvement science cycles, PDSA, Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles. And what we've determined, we go through a process of identifying root causes and determining some potential change factors that may improve our chronic absenteeism, and specifically for our homeless youth and foster youth. And we have a team that consists of one of our social workers. It consists of our student, family, and community services team. It consists of OGA president. We have our Anderson school principal. So we're using Anderson as sort of that is where we are doing our cycles. And we got to the point, we actually worked very quickly through all of the initial data analysis and all of the processes, and we got to do one cycle this year, implementing a process that we wanted to test out and see how it would impact student attendance for students who are chronically absent. And it was called the 10x2, which is check-ins with students for 10 days. And it's like a 2-minute check-in for 10 days, and just to build connections. So this is a multi-year, differentiated assistance is multi-year, so there will be many cycles, and we'll continue to look at not just outcome data, but implementation data to ensure that the things that we've determined are driving factors and are getting results that are happening system-wide, and we're implementing them system-wide. So we're really excited about that. It's really nice coupling it with the RAISE network. That's our attendance improvement network that Dr. Dorsey and a couple of principals have participated in this year. We're expanding that next year to all of our DLC sites and Anderson, and also looking at transitional kindergarten as an area of growth. So that and our attendance campaigns, there's just a lot of avenues and lanes for us to work these improvement efforts, and differentiated assistance is tying along really nicely and aligning with our efforts. So it's really great. Thank you for that question.
I wonder how we can tie that in with, we have talked about doing an MOU with the city of San Jose for McKinney-Vento and doing some data sharing so that the city can make targeted investments into our homeless families. And some of that data to pull together to ensure that of course, we know that getting housing for these families is going to improve their attendance, right?
Mhm.
It's going to improve everything in their life. And so how do we package that for funding in different grants or with the city as a collaborative effort to help these students and families?
Dr. Dorsey, can you say a few words? I know you just met with the city of San Jose, with the director, of the housing department.
Yeah, I was just going to say we are currently working with that department, and they're sending us an MOU currently to see how we might share that data. The data is sensitive and protected information, and so we're just really trying to make sure that not only do we try to get the resources in the hands of the people that need it, but we also have to protect their privacy, right? And so it's just a little bit. But we are working with them to try to figure out how to get direct services in the hands of our students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And in addition to the MOU and that work, identifying those students as well who are, do we work backwards, right? If we find that a child is chronically absent, do we then work with, identify with the family? Sorry that I made you come up twice, but do we talk to the family about their circumstances and try to understand if they are unhoused?
Yeah, so we do identification in several different ways, several different avenues. One is through like our annual update, where we do a housing survey every year and people can kind of indicate for us. So it's just kind of like a passive, indication. But then the other thing is, as students are chronically absent from school, we engage in a process called the SART process. It's School Attendance Review Team. It can be formal or informal, but we reach out. We have a process where we reach out after a certain number of absences, and we try to work with the family. We try to get at the root cause, like Assistant Superintendent Anna said, we try to get at the root cause of what's happening with the absences. And a lot of times through that process, we'll be able to identify needs that the family has, right? And be able to connect them with either interventions or resources and things like that. Typically, we'll know before that process whether or not they are like foster youth or homeless youth. Yeah.
And then what about underhoused? And so I know a few students who their families live in garages in our community, and so not the appropriate setting or overcrowded in a particular unit.
Sure. So under McKinney-Vento, there are 4 different categories. And so when I say unhoused, I'm talking about the whole McKinney-Vento category. So it could be unhoused, like they don't have a place to live. They're living in a car or in a tent or something like that. Could be hotel motel, could be shared housing, or it could be shelter housing. So those are the 4 qualifications under McKinney-Vento Act.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then my last question, I saw that the CAS science scores had gone down. What are we doing to intervene there?
One of the things that we've been doing this year is really honing in on language functions in our science curriculum and marrying the SEAL high leverage strategies with the science curriculum and working on full implementation of our science curriculum. We anticipate, we've seen a lot of improvements in terms of implementation, and we're anticipating some gains in science this year. So the work that our ELTPs are doing alongside our teachers to help students bring that literacy and language into the science environment is strengthening their core understanding of the science, next generation science standards.
We don't have any more questions. We'll move on to the next item. We have 7.3, Measure P, Bond Facilities Modernization Update. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Good evening, President Hebert and board members. Just wanted to give an update on our modernization program, our Measure P funds, and the work we've done, the work we're doing, and where we're headed, and the trajectory. With me tonight, I have our Director of FMOT, Edgar Duenas, and our project manager, Craig Kanaya. They do the real heavy lifting as far as getting the planning done, getting the load of action items that we'll have tonight to use to get the construction going, as well as managing the construction and overseeing it and working with the contractors and the architects. So next slide, please. Oh, lost our connection there. So we'll be going through a variety of topics, what bond projects we've done and which ones are going on now. We'll talk about some of the funding sources, and there is Measure P specifically, and then there's the state matching dollars. And many of the things I'll be talking about this evening will relate to some of the action items that we come up on the agenda later. So please feel free to stop me, ask questions as we go along. We'll go over the project timeline. The three of us worked together on that, made a few modifications and all. And then budget is really not a freestanding item. I'll be discussing it as we go along, and particularly at the higher level of the funding for our bond measure. The next slide, just the bond projects, and we'll share some of the things we've done going back in time to 2024. You'll see we did a restroom modernization at Christopher Elementary. Sometimes we go in and do some smaller jobs first before we do the full modernization, which is actually happening now at Christopher. We did the roofing and the HVAC at Baldwin back in 2024, and the Davis track and field. To give you an idea on what projects are costing, the Baldwin HVAC and roofing was about $3 million, as was the DO HVAC. And then the tracks generally are about $6 million a piece, just to use round numbers. In the past year, in 2025, on the next slide, you'll see we kind of got started on some bigger projects. The full-on modernization at Christopher, as well as at Stipe and Herman. Those are ongoing. Christopher and Stipe were summer projects. They are getting underway again for the second summer, and they'll be finished up. Herman was an ongoing project that was phased throughout the school year with staff moving around. So those were three large projects. Herman came in at about $13.5 million, Christopher 9.5, and Stipe at $6.8 million in their construction budgets. And then the Bernal track and field and the Herman track and field were started last year too and finished up early this spring. We did a small project at Taylor to upgrade the AV. They have a very robust performance theater program there, and that was one of the requests, working with the PTA and stuff. So we did some lighting and stuff there to make their VAPA capacity a little bit better. And then oftentimes we're going into schools that may be further down the list on modernization, like Anderson and Del Roble, and doing work there. At Anderson, we did the flooring and the furniture so that they would have some products before they get to their turn for modernization. And we're also doing things like playgrounds in the kindergarten. So you'll know at Hayes and Del Roble, we did the kindergarten yard, and at Hayes, we also did the larger playground as well. That was a battle, it took a long time, but we got it done eventually. The Parkview Blacktop actually got pushed out and will be happening this summer. Any questions on the work we've been doing or done up to date?
Regarding the Hayes playground, I remember, I think the last time I was at Hayes, their blacktop was like pooling. There was like puddles. Have we addressed that?
That is actually on the summer work this year. So the Hayes project was a 2-summer project. We did the playgrounds last year, and then we're going to be doing the asphalt this summer. So that'll actually be one of our action items this evening to get that contract underway. But that That has been a problem, both from a pooling standpoint and a safety. We've had lots of lifts with roots and stuff, so just reducing tripping hazards, making things safer for staff and students. So, and that's one of the reasons Hayes and Parkview have been brought up on the list on that. Some photos of the work we've done, the DO modernization, a lot of work on the HVAC, but also in the ceilings and the new lighting. And then the rooftop is a little better to see in the next slide of kind of redoing the roof, which will save us on some of the upkeep and maintenance and repair costs when we have leaks, and then all of the new HVAC systems, which are more effective than they were 2 years ago. Herman classroom modernization, again, you'll see a substantial difference, particularly if you look at the ceilings, the lighting systems, new ceilings and LED lights, which should help our general fund by reducing the electric bill and our draw on power. And then just the fresh furniture and the smart boards that are in there. Some pictures of the track. Well, that's not a really attractive picture of the track, but before that, not terribly appealing, but the drone shots we have, really wonderful community assets. You know, we've had a good relationship. The soccer club, the Almaden Football Club, that's using the Davis and licensing that, that has been working well with Davis. We'll look at doing that at the other sites. It's been beneficial also to have a presence there and have people using it, so other people are not using it or causing damage, and that will help us generate some revenues to just do the upkeep that turf and all need over the years too. So that is put away into, the intent is for that to go into Fund 40 for future capital repairs and upkeep. So we'll look into that same type of pattern being used at Herman and Bernal in the future.
So, Mark, quick question on Herman, going back. You had mentioned a while ago that there was a contract that we were trying to get along with the cricket team.
With a cricket team?
Yeah.
A cricket team is actually at Davis.
Oh, it's at Davis.
Yeah, and they don't use the turf, they use just the grass field. And they've been there for years, from what I
They're
understand.
using the football field though, right?
No, they're using just the grass field out by the solar panels.
Okay.
So, and I think that's a agreement that's just gone back for decades.
Yeah.
So, next slide has some of those playgrounds we did last summer. That's the kinder playground, both at Del Roble on the left and Hayes on the right. And then Hayes, like I said, had the larger one. And then we've developed color schemes for all of our schools, so there's some continuity. They won't be identical, but that alone is just a major refresh and really makes it pop and have a nice curb appeal. We did a lot of work several years ago with the previous bond on curb appeal and drive-throughs and drop-offs, and the painting of the schools are just adding to that kind of welcoming and inviting sense in the neighborhood. Some of the restroom modernizations going from the old to the new, and the new tile and a little more effective sinks. And then again, Stipe. Stipe was a challenge. It's a very unique school. It's not the classic square room. It's a beautiful layout and the kind of vaulted ceilings. The picture on the right is more one of the downstairs room. And the new lights help brighten that up because those are all underground, and they don't have a lot of natural light, so that has been a big improvement. Baldwin, and you can see how much more efficient the layout is. We're also transitioning from using natural gas to more electricity and heat pumps, which are more efficient. And then we can really tap into our solar resources. So as we look at optimizing our solar, maybe eventually going with battery, that will also generate some savings for the bond. So those are just some of the shots that we have. I also wanted to go over the projects that are starting this summer. So any questions on the work we've done so far?
So I just had one quick question on the heat pumps. There's been some talk that they have been starting to fail a lot sooner than the 30-year lifespan the HVAC systems usually put out. Have we anticipated for that?
I'm not sure. Have we had any immediate issues, or have we heard any problems with them on their duration? You have heard? Okay, so there are some models that are apparently less reliable. Is 30 years our normal? Okay. So, And we have some of our old systems that are that old, so we'll be talking about those. This summer, we're starting the modernization at Baldwin, and that'll be about a $10 million job, a little more than. Ledesma will also be going under modernization. It's going to be a 2-summer project, kind of like Stipe and Christopher. This summer, we'll be working on replacing the HVAC there, but also doing some upgrades to the restroom to make them ADA compliant and other access controls and things. Next summer will be more the interior spaces of the classrooms. So Sakamoto, as well as is going to get a carpet replacement and new furniture, and Frost Indigo. They had carpet not long back, so they'll be getting new furniture. And then we mentioned the Hayes and the Parkview asphalt. So looking at 2026 timeline, you'll see there's finishing up Christopher, Stipe, and Herman, jumping into Baldwin and Ledesma. I need to change the chart on Ledesma because it really doesn't go through the school year. It's just summer and then summer again, so we need to clean that up. And then starting later this year, there's going to be some restroom modernizations at Oak Ridge and Hayes. Those are currently finishing up at DSA. I don't think they've got their final approval yet. Yeah, so we'll be going out to bid on those probably later in the summer to get going on that. And that's work we can do during the school year. So, okay. One of the challenges with these flow charts is that they're showing when we're doing construction, but there's a lot of work before we even get to construction. Generally, we need to front load at least a year, better to have 18 months when we start the design with the architect to get that going, and then to get through the division of the state architect. And that has been extremely slow this year because they had a major, basically, design upgrade and requirements upgrade. So there was a lot of slowness in getting things through the division of the state architect this year because they were just having new guidelines. But we are working on Davis, and rather than starting Davis this summer and hurrying it through, it wasn't quite ready. Davis has a lot of space, so we'll work on doing it during the school year, but because there are so many rooms there, we can move the students around within the school year, just like we've done at Herman. And our goal is to start that in January of 2027 and finish it by the end of summer 2027. Bernal classroom modernization is under design currently, as well as the Hayes and Oak Ridge restrooms. Two things that we're moving up and we changed on their sequence is the Taylor roofing and the HVAC replacement. Taylor was down the road in modernization, but rather than waiting until we got that far down the road, their roof is in a situation that if we don't repair it, we're going to incur additional costs and inconvenience, because there's nothing worse than when the classrooms are getting wet and rain dripped on. And then we'll also do the Taylor Kinder Playground. So that's something we've just added to our list, and we'll start getting the designers. I think you're going to be meeting over there in the next week or so with the architects to get that ready to go to DSA, and that would be a summer project next year. So, and that's a slight change from what our original plan was. So, all right. Okay. Then let's kind of get to the funding side of it. And a number of the action items are going to talk about this. There's the bond authorization, which was passed in 2022, and that was for $236 million. So Measure P is the authorization that the community passed. And if you can go to the next slide, you'll see how Measure P is laid out. We have to access the funds as our property values go up, and we have capacity to bond against the increased property values. One of the goals when they passed the measure was to have old bonds fall off as the new bonds came on, so that there was basically a no change in your property tax over the years. So we've been achieving that goal to date. Our first issuance, which happened in early 2023, was for $68 million. That paid for a lot of the first projects, the track and fields. That is all spent. And the general rule of thumb with bond money is that you're supposed to spend it within 3 years of your issuance, at least 85%. So we can't just sit on it and collect interest. We're supposed to put it to use. The second issuance we did just this past January at $71.5 million. And actually, the majority of that is spent, not fully spent, but encumbered. It's in plans that are already going to bid or in design. So we're going to burn through that within a year or so. Okay. There's still just shy of $100 million left. And then we'll work with the representatives from CFW, Caldwell Flores. I've lost the W. CFW, who are our kind of financial advisors, and they let us know how our property values are assessing. So I don't know that we'll be able to issue all of that at once because we may not have enough capacity. But so those will be questions that come up in the year ahead is when does the next chunk of money come from the bond? But what we also need to work on is what can we get from the state? Every 25 years, a school is up for modernization, and the state passes state bonds that we can then tap into, and they will pay us a certain amount, a certain percentage to upgrade our schools. And if you go to the next slide, this is kind of a elaborate chart of all of our different sites and how much money they're eligible for. Okay. Prop 2 was a state bond. It was passed just a couple of years ago in 2024. And it was about $8.5 billion in total, but $4 billion of that was for modernization. Well, all of our schools are modernization. We're not building new schools. And you can see that Christopher Elementary is eligible for $3.8 million. Okay. And Stipe is eligible for $2.6 million. So tonight we're actually going to get in line for that money. The problem is that the $4 billion from 2024 has already been spent. But we want to get in line because the next time a state bond passes, we want to be closer to the front for the next round of money. So you'll see us submitting these requests to get in line, at least for now, and hopefully in 2028, there's another state bond that then will give us $3.8 million, $2.6 million, and actually Ledesma will be able to get in line for that. And that will supplement our bond program by giving us more money than Measure P. I have not met a bond program that solves all of the capital needs of a district, but by tapping into these will pay for projects that are further down the line if the bond monies start to run low. And that is a challenge because inflation kind of eats up the bond funds. So I want to take a minute for you to look at the chart to see if you have any questions or.
I was curious, we have a bond measure oversight committee?
Yes, and we have tried to get members to be on it. Gabe worked very hard on that. We have not been successful in getting enough people to actually sit on it, but it's something we advertise regularly.
Okay, when was the last time they met?
It was probably shortly before I even got here.
Okay,
It's been
so
that- it has
over
been a
2
very long
years.
time, Yeah, and we are audited each year, and we showed our due diligence in trying to get members on board, but we haven't had much luck.
Okay.
So that would be one to continue doing as well.
Okay.
See if we can find community who wants to be involved in that.
Okay, we need to. Okay, thank you.
And it's actually a good way to kind of communicate what we're doing as well with the community. So, so you'll see that, Davis is also eligible and we'll submit for that. And in the years ahead, by 2028, we'll have quite a few schools that are eligible that we could tap into if a state bond were to pass by that year. So then let me update this project timeline. We didn't make a lot of changes, but there were some sequences we did change. In 2027, this is kind of going as planned. Davis and Bernal modernization, the Taylor Kinderyard and the roof and HVAC have been added there in order to solve those issues before they become bigger issues. And in 2028, on the next slide, you'll see Parkview's there. It's also hitting eligibility for state funds, so we want to get that done. Oak Ridge is a little further out, but we've got that in place. Edenvale is also available for state funds coming up. And then what we did is we took the schools that have the same floor plan. Hayes and Taylor are the same floor plan. So what we're hoping to do is perhaps find an architect that does both of those schools and we get some efficiencies in those schools. They're not going to be identical. They're 50-year-old schools, but structurally they should be the same, systems they should be the same, and we might be able to find some design efficiencies by doing both of them at the same time. So that's why we've kind of shifted some of the chunking of the school modernizations to put like schools together. And in 2020, the next one is the next, other schools that would be eligible, like.
For these state bonds, is there like a time frame? Like once you receive the money, do you have to like use it by a certain time frame?
Well, actually, they're always in arrears. we're getting state bonds from money we've already spent on those schools. So they're almost more of a reimbursement for Christopher and Stipe. So then we can use them for they'll help us fund other projects.
Oh, I see. So it's not like specifically tied to that school site.
The funding amount is tied to that school site, and we have to have invested a certain amount, and then we get if we invest $10 million, we get up to 60%, or our eligibility. Sometimes our eligibility doesn't reach that high.
I see.
So basically, we're fronting the money, and then when the state bond money becomes available, it's more of a reimbursement. So we don't have to take that money and put it back into that school site because we've already put our obligation there. So, and let's go to 2029, and you'll see there's Hayes and Taylor and Edenvale finishing up. Del Robley and Sakamoto, same floor plan. So we'll consolidate those two together and then be working on Frost Indigo. And then our last schools will be Santa Teresa and Anderson on the current layout. As you live into this, I suspect there will be changes again in the future. That will play into how much bonding capacity can we get from the 96 million? How long do we have to wait? And does the state bond pass in 28 that gives us access to more cash for reimbursements and keeps our bond program going? So this is something that probably will get updated, maybe not every year, but every couple of years. We're also having to update our facilities master plan to meet the requirements of the 2024 bond to be in code so that we can actually get the money. And as we do that, we'll update the budget too, because that budget is now several years old and we can get more up-to-date construction estimates versus what we had for these sites in the past. So, any questions I can answer for you?
I know we had talked about this briefly about the furniture. I had seen a message next door from one of our teachers asking the community to provide money for furniture in her classroom, and her classroom isn't due to be updated for 2 years. We do offer teachers the furniture that's coming out of other schools and opportunities in case they're in that stretch.
Yes, we have furniture coming out of the schools that are getting refurnished.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons we're trying to refurnish schools before they're modernized so that they do have access.
Okay.
Also, with declining enrollment, we actually do have additional furniture, oftentimes within the same site, because there might be a classroom that's not being used the next year. So we will also use, like, for example, when we have a new classroom like TK, our new classrooms, we can actually not use bond funds and use developer fees because that's a new program. So we'll buy TK furniture brand new out of a different funding source. So there are different ways to access the furniture. And so I would say to anybody who's having issues with the furniture, check with your site admin. And if they don't have anything handy, check with our FMOT, because we oftentimes want to get things out of our warehouse too.
Yeah. So there is a warehouse. Do we ever, I don't know about the liability about this, but I know other school districts, they like open it up to the community in case they need something.
So a good deal of our furniture also, we will donate. There are organizations that take it to other school districts or even other countries where they can repurpose it if we don't have a need for it.
Okay.
So we try to do that so it does go to a better use and doesn't just go to a landfill.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you.
For the state eligibility, is there action items that we need to do, or what?
Yes,
what's the
when we get
process
to
of that?
Section 8, there are action items specifically to Stipe and Christopher, and another one just acknowledging that you're aware that there is no cash, but we're going to get in line.
Okay, and then that has to happen ongoing?
And
as
we'll do
far-
that as we finish school sites. We'll ask, CFW works with us to do this, accessing state funds. They get us all that paperwork, get our eligibility done. And then as the school gets done, we're going to get in lines, because when the bond money becomes available, we want to already be in queue, not jumping in and getting in later. Because a lot of the times, like the bond from 2024, they passed it in 2024. They were paying for people who were in line from earlier. So a lot of times when you pass a bond, it's almost paying people who've already done the work, kind of like what we're asking to be done.
And how does it come out in an area where you are able to find it? How did you find out about this coming out? And again, for the future.
Yeah. There's a lot of inside baseball to that, and that's one of the reasons CFW works with it, because they have people who are focused on what is the state funding, and not only that, what are the requirements, because they change with each bond they pass, they might change it. So what we've done here for the 2024 bond, by the time the next bond passes, we might have to tweak some of these applications. That's one of the reasons the agenda item coming up for the facilities master plan update is we're investing in that update so that it makes us eligible for these millions of dollars.
Thank you, Mark. When it comes to the Davis modernization, what does that entail? Like, what is it?
That'll be mostly interior space. There's not a whole lot of ADA work and grading. It's a pretty easy site because it's all level. Bernal is much more challenging because it's a two-story school, but the interiors will be predominantly what's done. They are not in need of HVAC and all at this point in time, so it'll be basically a facelift to the inside of the classrooms.
Would the basketball courts be like a modernization?
We're looking at the blacktop at all of the middle schools. Those will be very big jobs, and we have to see where they fit budget-wise, because all of our middle schools need a kind of a resurfacing of the hard top. So, and when we get to those things would be upgraded and stuff as well.
Yeah, I think the Davis and Christopher, they're pretty outdated.
Yeah. Yeah, Christopher is another one. And there's a lot of blacktop there, and those will be multi-million-dollar projects. Most elementary schools are more north of $1 million, as is in Hayes and Parkview. But when you get to the middle schools, you have more square footage, so it tends just to be more expensive. And you have more equipment like basketball posts and stuff that have to be reset and all.
Just from your perspective, is there any ideas or future projects for example, Christopher, the back grass area looks very abandoned. Is there any ideas in the future?
We don't have anything on point for that at this point in time. There's no activity or plans for changing anything with the turf, with the grass fields at the elementary sites. Those are all kind of just staying as grass. There may be some things that we need to do to upkeep them from just a ground standpoint, the gophers, the holes, the tripping hazards and stuff, but not as far as a revamping of them. So, yeah.
Could that be subject to change if the state you were to get the state funding?
Yeah, I think the state funding may open doors. Like I said, the 236 is not going to do everything we need, especially by 2030. So the state funding will fill in that to make sure all our schools get touched and modernized. We'll see if there's more, or is there an appetite to go out for a bond to do additional work in the future? But like the earlier presentation, you just have to kind of check for the sensitivity on that and what the public is interested in taking on.
When we're doing these updates and when we began this process, did we ever take the environmental lens to some of these projects? Like, is there a lead standard for school buildings the way that it is in other government buildings?
There is, especially when you're constructing new, those are much more common. We're doing a lot of facelifts on the inside and all, but when we're looking at HVAC systems and lighting, all of that is the new Title 24 requirements. So those do meet new efficiency standards, and we upgrade to those. We're also careful when you add too much power, then suddenly you end up doing an infrastructure project for your whole power system, right? And you might need transformers and stuff upgraded, which takes a lot of money out of student interaction into systems interaction. So we haven't really upgraded that. But the nice thing is when you bring in some of these things like lighting, you're actually pulling down the amount of energy you're using. So you're offsetting that need for higher capacity.
But what about also the blacktops? Like if we have a significant, we're just replacing blacktops instead of reimagining the space that could be more sustainable for our community.
And those would be great things to talk, and I bet their architects would love to just kind of almost have a brainstorm session with us about what are some things like that. The work we're doing on our solar panels and how do we replace the inverters, and do we bring on battery storage that creates some efficiencies for us and saves energy and lowers our electric bill at the same time. So I think there's a lot of angles you can look at from the hardscape and how do you soften that hardscape.
Yeah.
How do you'll notice if you remember the picture of the DO roof, our roofs are all highly reflective surfaces now to not absorb the heat and keep the buildings cooler. So, so a lot of those are just new standards, but sometimes you can go above and beyond those standards, and we can look at those, especially if we're doing exterior work and all.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you. And you're back up because you get to talk about 7.4 budget adoption assumptions.
Okay. So here we are. The May revise is out. The legislature has passed a budget. They haven't quite reconciled all of it with the governor, but it's pretty close to what the May revise was. And we'll kind of go through that. It's a lot of good news and some concerning news as well. So I kind of wanted to share that point. So what we'll kind of do is go over how did we end the year? 25, 26, our estimated actuals. We call this estimated actuals. We'll actually close the books over the summer, and in September they'll submit the unaudited actuals that are more formal, but they're pretty close at estimated actuals. We kind of look at, was there a PO for custodial supplies that didn't get fully used, and we pull that off the books. We just kind of balance it out, but that's refined to a higher degree as we do unaudited. I also want to spend a fair amount of time talking about the state outlook at the May revise and some of the ways they're calculating their funding or not calculating their funding or holding off their funding. I think there's some important things to be aware of, and especially for advocacy as board members, as well as administrators and teachers and parents. I'll go over the assumptions that we use to build the budget, and then kind of look at the budget, and then of course look at the multi-year. So let's see how we finish this year. We just go 2 more. And what I'll compare is where we were in March. Okay. Second interim, the column at the far right, what we presented to you in March at our second interim, and the estimated actuals where we're ending up here. Our revenues, pretty much on target. A little change, extra change of $58,000 came in between March and now. Federal, right on target. The biggest change was other state, and this was because there were additional ELOP funds that came through, about $1 million. So the majority of that change from 19.6 to 20.8 would have been some additional restricted funds for our ELOP program. Our other locals right there, and then you'll see the total revenue. The difference there is essentially that shift in ELOP funds. So those were pretty spot on. Our expenditures too were actually pretty spot on. Now the expenditures here at second interim would have had the 5.5% for OGEA, but no other bargaining units at that time because we hadn't settled there. So we expected those costs to come in at 60.6 million, and they came in just a hair above as we get to our estimated actuals. Classified pretty much in line with what we expected. As with benefits, a little tick up. Supplies went down. That's oftentimes the case as schools have open POs for Office Depot or Staples or whatever to buy supplies, and they just don't get them all used, so we spend less than we plan to spend. And those will roll forward to next year. Capital outlay was a little lower. There was some money that we had for school cafeterias that we weren't able to spend this time, so less than the 400,000 we anticipated. But all in all, when you look at the actual total expenditures from what was planned in March to now, they literally, and this is not figurative, the calculator said 99.9%. So pretty much spot on. But by March, we have a good idea of what's coming in and all. So our ending fund balance, the deficit went down significantly, about $1.5 million. But that kind of matches the revenue increase. The problem is, and I think this is what we have to watch for in the years ahead, if you look at the transfer in didn't go down $1.5 million. Okay? The transfer in didn't even go down $200,000. Remember, the ELOP that came in is restricted money. It's not general unrestricted funds. So it actually falls to the bottom of the line in that restricted holding tank that we have at the bottom. So you'll see then, if you look at the line that says restricted assigned, it went from 20.7 to 22.1. So while we had more revenues, the fact that they were restricted didn't help our unrestricted side and means we still have to transfer in a good deal from our other funds. So. A school sale from long ago. It's not, yeah, not minor, but one that was back several years ago. It's called the Calero Fund. Yeah. So yes, there was legislation at that time. The legislation for the more recent sales, minor and soon to be glider, those are very defined as to how those dollars are spent. They're not unrestricted. It's one time. It doesn't have to be capital. Like we'll spend for the ELA adoption, we'll be able to use those dollars for an ELA adoption. We just can't use them for ongoing costs. So it doesn't have to be capital. It has to be one time for those new dollars for glider and minor. Then I want to jump into the state. So if you give me a couple slides there. Really good news. I mean, compared to the January budget that the governor proposed just 6 months ago, $6 billion more in Prop 98 over the 3-year outlook. And what's even better about the May revise is there's substantial amounts of money that's ongoing. The COLA was 2.41, then it went to 2.87, and then they bumped it up with the super COLA, and that's ongoing money. So it's not just showing up in the 26, 27, but it carries forward in our multi-year, which is very helpful for us. In addition to that, there's one-time revenues, which will help this year, but kind of set us up for the same problem we typically have where those revenues fall off. The issue, the last bullet item, is that 3.9 billion that's being held back as a settle up or a holdback from what's basically said to be available based on our estimates, but the state is saying, we're not sure, so we're gonna just not fund that for now, we'll give it to you later, okay? And we'll talk more about that. So the good, major improvement since the Budget Act a year ago, more than $50 billion over the 3-year in revenues for the state. Prop 98 took off over 28 billion from where we were last June. And the Super COLA. Super COLA is going to add about $4 million a year to our ongoing money. And then the big special ed investment. This is incredible news because all districts are facing special ed expenditures that are way more than we get funding for. But $1,340 per pupil, a big increase from where we are this year, which is just over 900. The discretionary block grant of $5 billion. And then just a nice Prop 98 reserve. So there's a good deal of money coming in. The bad is that $3.9 billion holdback or settle up. It's kind of not following the rules for Prop 98's allocation, and I would not be surprised that this gets pushed to the courts. So I want to speak to that a little bit in the slides because I think you'll be reading about it a fair amount in the months ahead, and just kind of want to give you the background of that. Part of the Super COLA is for the paid pregnancy leave. This is a really good policy, but it's a dangerous precedent to tie a mandated cost into the COLA ongoing money. So it's, again, not the policy, but how it's getting funded that's challenging and concerning and precedent setting. So, and then the other issue is the Legislative Analyst's Office, the LAO, just kind of says, you know, there's a lot of money here, but there's still structural deficits, and the state's had a very good year of collections, and they're still spending more than they're collecting. The next slide kind of shows where the state is. They've collected in 26, 27 revenues. They're expecting $223 billion to come in, but the expenditures are at 246.6. So they're deficit spending themselves by 9.6%. So I know there are ways to shift that around and move money and stuff, but I think sometimes you just look at the core numbers and say, okay, there's a problem here. And that's the same problem we've talked about at our district. Fortunately, it's not that bad in our district. So, and then I think there are the dangers of where that money comes from, because the huge increase in personal income taxes is not coming from earned income, not coming from people's paycheck every 2 weeks or month or week. It's coming from capital gains. And you'll see that these increases in 24, 25, very small, 25, 26, very huge. This is why we see all the additional numbers, $9 billion. Most of that is capital gains coming from the stock market, and particularly the AI industry that's generating a lot of revenues. And you'll see next year that falls off significantly. These are really great resources that bring in a lot of money for the state, but they're also very volatile resources. So if there's any correction, they fall off very quickly and change the whole Prop 98 equation. So, and the next slide kind of shows you how different things are from the blue, which was back in June of 2025, where the governor was, in the orange in January. The bar just kept going up all year long. I mean, that's really positive news. But in the middle there, you'll see the gray bar, and what they expect Prop 98 to be is $125.1 billion. But the governor wants to haircut that $3.9 billion. So, you know, will we get it? Yeah, I believe we will, but when and how is unknown. And it's not following the standard rules for when they don't want to fully fund Prop 98. A lot of information there, so let me pause. Okay, all right. So this is kind of going into that whole Prop 98, $3.7 billion, the increase, $3.9 billion holding back. On the left, the chart shows the things that make up Prop 98. General, basically general fund. Prop 98 is made up of income taxes, general fund money, about 40% of general fund, property taxes, which is the striped blue, and then what they call the Education Protection Act, which is basically Prop 55 that we're working to renew. You can see that the income taxes went up substantially, about $3 billion. Property taxes did not. There was a flattening there. And then the Education Protection Act, that went up substantially, and that's tied directly to the stock market and the capital gains taxes. And even though that all went up, we're still looking at a $3.9 billion holdback. So better than we were in January. That proposal was $5.6 billion. But that $3.9 billion, if distributed equally across all students, is $654 per ADA. And in my head, I just multiply by 8,000, because that's basically our ADA, and that ends up being $5.2 million. Now, it's not going to be ongoing money. I wouldn't bet on that, but it's $5.2 million that could help carry us forward a few years. So, but right now, that's not on the, it's not coming to us at this point in time. We don't have any of that budgeted. The next slide talks about how it normally happens. Prop 98, if they don't want to fund Prop 98, if they want to take $3.9 billion or $5.6 billion off, the legislature can do that with a 2/3 majority. They can suspend Prop 98 and underfund it. That's happened before, not very often. When they do that, it then is very strictly legislated as to when it gets paid back, and it gets paid back with interest, increased COLAs and stuff. This settle-up concept doesn't have any of that attached. We don't know when it'll get paid back. If there's a flush year, do they have to pay it back or not? Is there interest? Do they increase it with a COLA on us? So that's my concern, that you've created a different method than what already exists. And that's why the Education Coalition, which is CSBA, California Teachers Association, CSEA, CASBO, which is the Business Officer Organization, the PTA, have all kind of come up and said, this isn't the way it needs to be done. Hopefully that'll get some traction. It doesn't sound like it did in what the legislature adopted. So that's why I think if there continues to be pushback, it could become more of a legal case. So just be aware, those are the things that are going on in the state budget. And this is the mixed message. We've got that going on, but there's a lot of new money for us, and it's going to help considerably. It'll get us out through 28, 29. $5.1 billion in the discretionary, $3.4 billion. Next slide shows all of these, the ongoing COLA and super COLA. $2.4 billion more for special education. They're going to buy down the deferral because they did that. They deferred money last year. Community schools, $1 billion and ongoing. And then some other things that they need to pay back for from past years, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant and stuff. So we're planning on all of those, but there are headwinds and tailwinds still. And the next slide kind of shows those, declining enrollment, state revenue volatility with the stock market, strained general fund condition. And lately, and I think this affected some of our polling, is international situations that are driving up costs. So, so those are things that we need to be aware of and keep on our horizon. And those are things we use when we built our budget assumptions. So there you have it, our enrollment, a slide I typically use. But 26, 27, at our current projections, is the last year our ADA will be above 8,000. So this is going to be hard to raise by increasing the number of students, but I think it comes back to our attendance rate, our chronic absenteeism. We're up to 94.7. We're budgeting actually at 94.6. So we're heading in the direction. We've made improvements every year. We need to keep that momentum going because that's the way to raise this number most effectively. The demographics in California overall are not creating more students to go to school. So, but that trend line continues down by 100 or more students each year. So what happens is even though we have more revenues from COLAs, we don't really see them because we have fewer students. And these are the COLAs on the next slide, and the nice 4.31, and that generates about 13,000 per student. And it goes up a little bit, 27, 28 with another 3.3%, and then just above 3% for 28, 29. Those will change, but right now that's the trajectory we use to determine that. And then other assumptions, our unduplicated pupil count, which was our free and reduced, our EL students, our McKinney-Vento and foster youth. That 3-year rolling average has been about 50.9, just under 51%. It's going to drop closer to 50% on our trajectory. We'll monitor that. We don't plan on any of the one-time funds going forward. We're just assuming we never know what will come through. We don't know when the settle-up funds will arrive, so they're not in our multi-year projection. We do have the fiscal stabilization plan that is included in the budget with those reductions. So, any questions so far? Okay. And then just a couple of things on back to this slide again. I just want to bring up, this was in the May revision. The $5.1 billion for discretionary block grant, that was in January as well, but it was only $2.8 billion. Okay. And the COLA was only 2.41. And the special ed went up, but just to about 1,000. So we have some of these numbers in our budget from the second interim because we anticipated some would come through, but then it went up again as we added it to our budget now. So we'll go through the proposals that we have in our budget. This actually is what we had at second interim, that $2.8 billion, the $1,000 for special ed, this 2.41 COLA, the fiscal stabilization plan, and we had all of the salaries for 25, 26 for all bargaining units, and OGEA we had for 26, 27 because they had settled for both of those years. By the time we get to doing budget at the May revision, we add to that 2.8 billion another 2.3 billion, not in our funds, but as in the proportional amount we would get. We increased our special ed funding from assuming 9,000 to assuming 1,340. I think there's an extra 5 in there. I apologize for that. And that'll actually be about $2.5 million more. And the COLA is increasing to 4.3, and that comes in as a total of $4 million. And again, those two, special ed and COLA, ongoing. Best news of the budget. Still have the fiscal stabilization plan as approved last December. And then we did add the parity increases for CSEA, AFSCME, and AUGMA to 26, 27. We just assumed that additional 4.5% would be there. So we put that into the budget for now. Any questions on our assumptions? Okay. So then the budget. There you see the change in LCFF sources, and that is basically the super COLA. Okay. Federal, you'll see dropping off. And this is typical. At the end of the year, we have what we call deferred revenue, money that's not spent. So it gets pushed forward to the next year. So probably when you do first interim, you'll see the federal bump back up. It's just kind of a carryover effect. Other state jumps up significantly. So one-time dollars, that special ed ongoing. Old one-time is falling off. So we get about $6 million more. And a good chunk of it, again, 2.5 million, 2.4 million is ongoing special ed dollars. Other local, relatively flat. We'll have donations come in and some Medi-Cal dollars. That'll raise that up probably closer to the 14 million. And essentially we have about $8 million more in our revenue stream than we did this past year. Our actuals this year are 150.5 for our revenues. And then we're expecting 158.4 next year. So most of that increase is coming from the COLA and that kind of other state category. The 150 for 25-26 is kind of where we've ended the year, not where we were at the beginning. Because this is kind of more up to date as once all the revenues came in and we had the year pretty much finished. No, it's 8 million more than what we had this year. Is that? Oh, I think we're saying the same thing back opposite ways. But yeah, we brought in basically 150 million last year in revenue. We're looking at 158 million in the year ahead. So
Mark, so it's a good thing.
it is a good thing.
Okay,
Yes.
there you go.
It's about a 5% increase, a little more than. On the expenses side, you'll see the certificated has gone up. That reflects probably the 4.5%, the step and column, but there's also reductions from this fiscal stabilization plan that roll forward. The same for classified. Benefits tick up. Supplies have fallen off. Those will go up once we do the adoption, but that adoption again is going to be an expenditure and a transfer in from our glider funds. So that will be a wash when that comes through. And you'll see our services have gone down significantly. That's a lot of the reductions we've done, not just on licensing, but also by the end of the year, we oftentimes have contracted services. We always assume they're going to be our employees. So most of those contracted services are put up into that classified or certificated category to start with. And if we can't fill them in-house, then some of them may trickle down to services. But that new BCBA position is a good example of something that we can put into our own staff and not have under a contracted service. Okay. So our expenditures actually are looking to go down next year, and mostly due to the reduced 5,000s. So when you look at the total amount, again, you'll see a huge reduction in the revenues and expenditures from this year, 25-26, to next year. The deficit drops significantly, but that's that $8 million more that we're getting. But again, the same problem we were talking about with this year, the transfer in does not drop significantly because some of those, like the special ed dollars, are restricted. So you'll see the ending fund balance is going up, but it's going up in the restricted category. So it's good news, but the structural deficit is still there. It's just being managed a little better because we've got additional funds. So I want to do a slide like we did for the state, and kudos to us with all the situations. We are spending more than we're bringing in, but only about 2% more. So still the deficit there, but better. And our ending fund balance ends up still being only what we need for our 3%. We do not have additional ending fund balances in our unrestricted side of the house. So most of it is in the restricted, and you'll see again, under the restricted assigned, that it has gone up from 22.1 to 24.4. We're getting money, but it's oftentimes in a pot where it has to be used for specific things. So, all right. A lot to take in. Let's jump to the multi-year. Okay. So the first three slides on the left are going to be what we've been talking about up to date. But let's look at the two on the right. And you'll see that this is a flush year, an $8 million increase, but come 27, 28, and 28, 29, we kind of fall back down to the 151, 152 mark. Okay? So it's not really going up, even though we're getting COLAs, but that's because the number of students is going down, right? So you've got things pushing and pulling in each direction. Expenditures drop off, again, as we fully implement the proposed fiscal stabilization plan. But those don't have any salary increases beyond 26, 27. So as we go into negotiations, those numbers could change. And what's concerning to me is that where we had that big fall off on the deficit from 14 million to 3 million, it starts ticking back up without those one-time dollars. So, so those contributions continue on. And whereas we were running out of reserves by 27, 28, those one-time dollars this year buy us the 28, 29 year. So we're good for now. We'll be able to have a positive budget. And that's one of the reasons the county was good with our budget and then good with our kind of negotiations looking forward with some of our other bargaining units. And healthy ending fund balances, but again, the ending fund balances are predominantly restricted. And what you see here is that as we go into the out years, that 2% grows, that deficit changes from a 2% deficit in 26, 27 to a 5% deficit in 27, 28, and 28, 29. And if we are going to maintain competitive salaries, that puts more pressure on that. So we need to figure out how to do that to stay competitive with our colleagues around us, okay? And then lastly, the components of the ending fund balance. Here, it's kind of similar slide, but here you again look at the restricted assigned, and you'll see that it actually ticks up in 26, 27 like we talked about, and it starts ticking down. And again, we try to do our best to use as much of that as possible to spend that down. But in the end, all we have left is restricted, and then the basically $4.7, $4.8 million we need is our legal reserve. We don't have anything else sitting in unrestricted. So it's a lot of good news, but that challenges are still there. And we are fortunate to have the time to get through 28, 29 and figure out how to address this. It actually allows us time if we're not looking at doing the parcel tax in November 2026, it might buy us the time to give us that 2 years to wait till 2028 and really kind of get a lead on that and invest time in there, and maybe that will work out. So we'll bring this back to you next week for approval. It'll go to the county for certification, and the state, at the state level, the legislature's done. They'll be negotiating with the governor to fine-tune things, get trailer bill language and details. But I suspect that'll all come right on schedule as required by June 30th.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I think so. We'll now move to action. 8.1, Resolution 1552, Order of Election Specifications of the Election Order and Consolidation Request. Superintendent Chaitis.
Thank you, President Aber. This item here is a resolution for the order of election with the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters. Upon the adoption of this resolution, it will be filed with the offices of the clerk of the board, the registrar of voters, and Santa Clara County Office of Education. The ROV will publish the required notice of election in San Jose Post Record and will send a district an official posting for its office. The reason for this is this November of 2026, we have 3 governing board seats that will open for Area 2, Area 3, and Area 5. So this action item is the resolution for these 3 vacancies that happen every 2 years or so. So at this time, it's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 15520526, Order of Election, specifications of the election order and consolidation request as presented.
Do we have a motion and a second? I motion to approve.
A second.
Do we have any public comment cards?
No comment cards.
Board discussion. Yeah,
There's no impact to you all. It's just saying that we have 3 seats open and that we are notifying the county and the registrar of voters of that we're going to have an election, that what are the qualifications for, it's the list 1 through 7 on the background, but there's no, yeah. Thank you for asking.
okay. May I have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Hebert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now to 8.2, Resolution 1553 of the Governing Board of Oak Grove School District regarding the increase of school facility fees. Access public.
Yes, this is a follow-up to the hearing we had earlier. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve Resolution 1553-06/26 to adopt the 2026 State Board Allocation Adjustment of Level 1 developer fees. Every 2 years, the State Allocation Board updates the costs for the Level 1 fees. They did that this January of 2026. We engaged Jack Schrader and Associates to do a study for us, which then allows us to increase our fees. We do not get the full fee because we share the same boundaries and students as Eastside Union High School District. So the agreement is that Oak Grove gets 2/3 of the fees and Eastside gets 1/3. That's about proportionate to the school population and grade spans. So we'll be, instead of getting $538, the full amount, the district would be entitled to receive $359 per square foot for residential development and 58 cents per square foot for commercial industrial development. We do get regular developer fees. Oftentimes they are related to many of the large tilt-up or warehouse buildings we have around here. Some residential construction, but the developer fees don't apply to residential construction less than 500 square feet. So upon board approval, I will inform the interested parties, which is the City of San Jose, as well as the County of Santa Clara and Eastside Union High School District of our newly adopted fees. And then 60 days following approval, that would be August 17th, the new fees would go into effect for collections. If it hits the 500 square feet or above, it would be $3.59 per square foot. No, we get we don't get, the full amount is $5.38 a square foot. Our share of it for TK8 is $3.59. So that's what we will charge. Eastside will charge the balance up to the $5.38. For residential, yes, there's a cap of 500 square feet on residential. If you're adding a master suite to the house, but it's only 420 square feet, there are no fees. The fees strike after 500 square feet. So, and that actually was true even before ADUs became a standard. That's been true for residential construction as long as I can remember. Yeah, the law has changed recently. They used to have to pay them before to get the permit and be able to, we signed a paper. There's legislation now that says that they can wait until they have a certificate of occupancy. We haven't run into any problem with that, but I don't know, that will be hard to enforce once they have their certificate of occupancy. I don't know what their motivation is to pay us. So I'm a little concerned how that will play out. When it comes to like the large warehouses, that's less of an issue. And it also then, we oftentimes go into a mitigation agreement, which is a similar type of agreement for developer fees. I'm sure we could. I don't know if you're particularly like a small house project. I'm not sure what the cost benefit analysis would be, but for a 30,000 square foot warehouse, probably would be worth investing that time and energy. So we have, since that law passed, we haven't had any issue with payment, and people have largely been paying even on the front side. So Yeah. Mhm. I, yeah, I share that concern, and I think and that might be a good thing to work with CASBO. CASBO has a legislative committee to kind of say, okay, how can we correct this? Because it seems to be it hasn't reared its head as a problem yet, but I see it as a potential problem, as do you. So I think that it would likely be in the long run a legislative solution to change that back so that the fees were paid as a condition for your permits, which has traditionally been the case. But again, I agree with you. I don't know that how the city is enforcing that level, because we don't see that as closely. We give them the authorization that we see the plans, and we then actually will sign a piece of paper once they've paid. That's traditionally how we do it. So, yep. So.
So it's commercial and residential. What about projects like the PG&E infrastructure improvements that they're trying to do? Do
Yeah.
we collect fees from them?
No, and like for like churches and nonprofits, oftentimes are exempt from them as well. So.
But the data center.
Data center would be, and actually the development on Monterey and Branham with the housing there, the two-story, yeah, the kind of, they said, we're exempt. I said, no, you're not. And we actually did collect fees on some of those. And a lot of the development we're looking at, particularly there are several sites that are on VTA surface lots.
Yes.
And a lot of times those are affordable housing. But, and actually the new one that's going in on Snell is also affordable housing, and we did collect fees on that as well.
Okay.
No, Kaiser's one of those nonprofits.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that would have been a nice chunk of change.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you. Now we move, Superintendent Trades. Motion? Yes, we have to actually take an action. Do we have a roll call though?
No, we have a motion.
I'm tired. Do we have a motion and a second?
I move to approve resolution to adopt the 2026 state board allocation adjustment of level 1 developer fees.
Second.
And no more board discussion. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Hebert. Motion carries.
Superintendent Trades?
Yes, President Aber. At this time, I would like to recommend that the board bundle items 8.3 through 8.6, which are related to school facilities, as we have done together in the past, and take action on all items with a single motion and vote. Associate superintendents will present each item and answer questions before the board takes action.
Are there any objections from board members? Okay, hearing none, Associate Superintendent Evans, please proceed with the presentations of items 8.3 to 8.6.
Thank you, President Hebert. These are the items I was referring to in the bond report. 8.3, resolution number 1554-06/26 is acknowledging that the State Allocation Board's applications received bond authority list and authorizing the filing of modernization reimbursement applications for STEAM at STIPE. This is basically saying, we understand the state is out of state bond funds, but we're going to get in line anyways. That's the Prop 2 that passed with the $4 billion of modernization funds that have been exhausted. We've completed those modernization projects, or will in the next few months. And because they've exhausted those funds, this resolution serves as formal acknowledgement of several specific state requirements. We understand the bond authority is currently exhausted and the state's not obligated to provide the funding, meaning acceptance of the application does not guarantee that we'll get the money. and we may need to update the applications, but we're going to get in line anyways, and this could potentially generate $2.6 million in state matching funds. So it's the recommendation of me to actually approve Resolution 1554-06/26. Item 8.4 would be the same resolution as it relates to Christopher. Christopher is a separate site, so we have to submit it as a separate resolution. And Resolution 1555-06/26 for Christopher has the potential of generating $3.8 million of state matching funds for us, and it's recommended for approval. Action item 8.5 also relates to this need to get in line for funds that are exhausted. Resolution 1561-0626 of the Board of Trustees authorizing filing of applications for the State Allocation Board administered programs. It's basically authorizing us and acknowledging that we are going to submit these, and we also are going to submit an updated master plan to meet the current requirements for Prop 2 from 2024. There's no cost to this, but there is a cost to the master plan, which is the next item I'll be presenting. So it's recommended that the board approve Resolution 1561-06/26 as outlined above. And lastly, to make sure we are eligible for those funds, we'd like to update our facilities master plan. That's item 8.6. It is a condition of the state facilities projects that any applications submitted after October 31st, 2024 have to have an updated 5-year school facilities master plan. We need to update ours to meet those current codes. Our last one was done several years back. It'll be $130,000 to update the facilities master plan, but it can be paid out of developer fees and or bond funds. So we'll be using those resources and not the general fund. So it's recommended that the board approve the contract with CFW to update the district master plan and make it conform to the necessary requirements. Those are the 4 items all related to school facilities bond.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any public comments since we have no public. Any board discussion on these items? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
I motion to approve items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.6 as presented.
I second. Now, may we have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar?
Aye.
Member Martinez?
Aye.
Member Torres?
Aye.
Vice President Yu?
Aye.
President Hebert?
Aye.
Motion carries.
President Neighbor, for this next items, I recommend that the board bundle items 8.7 through 8.13, which are related to school modernizations, as we have done together in the past, and take action on all items with a single motion and vote. Associate superintendents will present each item and answer questions before the board takes action.
Are there any objections from board members? Hearing none, Associate Superintendent Evans, please proceed with the presentation of items 8.7 to 8.13.
Thank you, President Hebert. These are all projects that we are getting underway related to our Measure P and our bond improvements. The first one, item 8.7, is the Davis Annex fire alarm replacement. The Davis Annex consists of the portable classrooms next to the Davis campus and the Boys and Girls Club. And it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the contract agreement with EGA Network for that fire alarm replacement project. It'll replace the Boys and Girls Club and those portables and actually tie them into the panel with Davis so they'll all be on one system. So that's the intent. Currently, the existing Boys and Girls Club does not have an interconnect between itself and the Davis Administration Office, and we'd like to make them all one system. This will be a $238,167 project to be funded by Bond Measure P. Any questions on that project? Item 8.8 is the approval of a contract agreement with Silicon Valley Paving for the Hayes Playground and Paving Project. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve this contract so that we can address some of those concerns that were raised in our discussion earlier at Hayes with the asphalt and the ponding of it, as well as the tripping hazards. They will remove and replace the existing asphalt paving. They'll put in new striping and play activities. In the kinder yard, the turf, the grass will be removed and replaced with synthetic turf. There will be a new fence enclosure around that area. And then also in the parking lot, they will be upgrading the accessible parking and striping as needed there. So this is a paving project that will come in at $1,167,609 paid out of Measure P funds.
Is that addressing, I guess there's some humps in that parking lot that are a little dangerous?
Yeah, I know there's definitely some rises kind of with tree roots over in the playground. I think there are also some in the parking lot. And it's also just a very worn and tired parking lot. The asphalt's very old and eroded, so. Item 8.9 is the approval of the contract agreement with Tri-Valley Excavating for the Parkview Elementary School repaving. It's recommended the board approve this contract to address the asphalt and replace it at Parkview Elementary School. Like Hayes, the existing asphalt playground will be ground and replaced. They'll do new striping and play activities. There are also several what they call vault lids, where you have utilities and stuff like that. So those will all be brought up to grade and cleaned up. The existing landscaping under the solar array, we've done this at other locations, is to be cleared and grubbed, and then we asphalt that because the grass doesn't grow very well under there, and oftentimes they'll stripe it and put games and activities there. And there'll be part of the existing landscape. There's a track that goes around the grass, and they'll be putting a granite track. They'll remove that and replace it with a new decomposed granite track. This will be a similar price, not quite as much as Hayes, at $1,015,300 to be funded by Measure P. Okay. The next item, 8.10, is a recommended approval of the leaseback contract agreement for the Baldwin Elementary School Modernization Project with Rodan Builders. Rodan Builders is currently finishing up at Herman. They'll be engaging at Baldwin to do the modernization project. That project is scheduled to start now and go consistently all the way through the the summer of 27. They'll be modernizing buildings A, B, and C, upgrading architectural finishes. In this case, this is one of our campuses that has all temporary walls, so we'll be actually framing them in so they have doors so they can close themselves off from the hallways, and that's been a concern of our families and our staff. Restroom improvements and accessibility improvements as required, some electrical upgrades, fire protection upgrades, and also any site work, and oftentimes that relates to ADA requirements to make up-to-date path of travel. This project is $10,630,543. It'll be funded by Measure P, and I believe on projects of this scale, on all of our projects, we put a contingency. This one is just shy of $1 million of contingency. So if we run into things we don't know, we have room to make those corrections without having to add to the $10 million. So we try to put in enough to allow wiggle room so surprises can be managed with the existing contract. Any questions on Baldwin? And the last ones relate to Ledesma. As I mentioned, Ledesma will be starting its modernization project with the HVAC and some site work and restrooms. This contract with S&H Construction for the first phase of the elementary school modernization at Ledesma is recommended for approval by the board. The second phase will be next summer, but this summer they will remove and replace existing rooftop units. They'll modernize and update the student restrooms, and they will do site improvements regarding the ADA parking, passenger drop-off, access upgrades, and lighting improvements for emergency exits. The cost for the work of S&H Construction is $3,298,600 to be funded by Measure P. And in addition to the work that S&H is doing, we had to actually buy the units for HVAC and the controls. So the next two items relate to that. This is typical that we will buy the equipment ourselves and reduce the markup by the contractor. So we'll, what we call owner furnished, contractor installed. And that saves a little bit of money for the district. This is a contract with Sigler Commercial for the purchase of HVAC units at Ledesma. And they will be the 36 carrier rooftop units at Ledesma for their HVAC modernization. They will do the equipment demonstration and functional testing. There'll be a third-party commissioning report, and the cost of the units themselves, and this work is $437,899, measured by Measure P, paid for by Measure P. And lastly, the other component of the HVAC system are the controls. So the controls are being provided by City Mechanical, and we're recommending approval of this contract with City Mechanical for the HVAC controls, the installation of the Johnson controls, and the kind of programming them and getting them all up and running and meeting the Title 24 requirements. The cost for the controls and the work being done with them is $480,757. So in total, Ledesma comes in about a little over $4 million between all those components of the HVAC. So, are there any questions on any of those items? Yes, that's why we actually have to get DSA approval on these jobs, because they do check the structure of the roof and make sure that the new units can be supported and do any adjustments necessary if the units have a different distribution of weight. So yeah, so the DSA approval here was largely structural, and then access for ADA compliance or the bathroom upgrades for ADA compliance. So a very good question, and that's the biggest expense in when it comes to the roofing and HVAC, is really making sure that what we're putting on there can be sustained by the building. Right.
May I have a motion and a second?
A motion to approve items 8.7 through 8.13 as presented.
May I have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Hebert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We will now move to 9.1, correspondence and board discussion. Do we have any updates from the board?
Always. You want to go? Up to you.
I only have a couple of updates. I was able to attend open house events at Baldwin and Del Roble, and then I attended the graduations at Christopher, Indigo, and Bernal. So just congratulations to all of our graduating 8th graders. Wishing everyone an awesome summer.
Let's see, following our last board meeting, I attended open house at Hayes and Oak Ridge. I was received by Principal Cochran and Principal Sang. I had great conversations with teachers, and at Hayes, Mr. Berry shared that they're looking for a home and school club board member. So if you're interested, that's a great position. At Oak Ridge, there's a great turnout, and I met up with the SPED team, who enjoyed the families that came to that. I attended the last DEIB meeting at Taylor. We continued to explore the data from the Connecting Belonging and Safety feedbacks and work through strategies, wonderings, and noticings. Parent liaison Fatima Richmond discussed teachers exchange program with Black educators in Atlanta public school system. And she's connecting with Greg Clay and Dr. Ramon Garner to have some discussions. So looking forward to be part of that. I wrapped up my teaching at Christopher Elementary School at the Multicultural Day. After 8 amazing practices with kinder class and their 8th grade buddies, the group of 53 students performed Cero de la Silla y Evangelina con rondas infantiles. Plus, Los Coyotes at Christopher finished their year with 3 dances, 2 from Sinaloa and 1 from Jalisco. It was my joy to serve the last 8 months at Christopher as their group's maestra. I awarded reconocimientos to all the 8th graders at Christopher. Let's see, a very special event, at the very special event that Principal Mabanag held on June 4th. It was beautiful to see these students acknowledged by their peers and celebrated by their teachers and staff. After school, parents created a box of memories to give their children, and a large cutout picture of the students as a child was displayed to the students' surprise. A lot of tears were shed, including mine. And lastly, I attended graduation ceremonies for Christopher, Indigo, and Herman. To all the 8th graders, you closed one chapter and with courage and curiosity. Now step into the next year with the same heart, and the world will open wide to you. To students, parents, and staff, have a great summer, and looking forward to seeing any of you attending summer school.
So I won't say that I attended, but I was in attendance for the Sakamoto ceremony, specifically because of my child's graduation. But I will give kudos to the teachers and the parent teacher organization there, because the feedback that I did receive from a majority of the parents was geared towards they liked the process that was created for the kids, where they were able to go up on stage, they were able to shake hands with some of the staff that was there, and then also receive little certificates for transitioning from 6th to 7th grade, moving on to Herman or other areas. So parents were very happy in regards to that, and I give a huge kudos to not just the staff there, but then also the PTO organization that kind of helped set it all up. And then lastly, I did towards the end get to see kids from the leadership committee attend the city hall and get an opportunity to view it. Hopefully next time, please do let me know when you are there. I'd love to give them also tours in other areas of the city hall, give them insight into different organizations and how they operate. But it was nice to see the leadership team there, and from what I could see towards the end, the kids were very happy. So.
I just was able to attend one graduation with Christopher Elementary. Just had a good time there listening to the students, and their poems are very touching. Just glad I could be a part of it and witness it and hear their lovely poems that really resonated with me and gave me more positive vibes to see that happen. But yeah, congratulations to the students. Actually, my neighbor was there. She got the Britain Award. She was one of the ones that got the award, and yeah, congratulations to her, and looking forward to them being more successful in life.
So in the past month, I was able to accompany our leadership students to City Hall and give them kind of an inside tour with the staff from Councilmember Campos's office, and they were a lot of help, and the students seemed to really enjoy their time at City Hall, and we plan to make it an annual trip to get out there. Also was able to go to the Bernal graduation, as my son was leaving Oak Grove School District after 9 years of attending this school district. And I've been in the midst of planning a public safety and mental health town hall as part of Oak Grove School District, and we believe we set a date for September 17th, and so I will be informing the board with more details as we continue our planning. I'm working with the District 2 Neighborhood Leadership Alliance, which is a conglomerate of all of the neighborhood leaders in District 2, and the District Attorney's Office. So we will have more information when we come back. Thank you, and may I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The regular board meeting on June 18th, 2026 is adjourned at 9:31 p.m. Good night.